severe weather may not be imminent. Persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, severe thunderstorm watch number 509 has been issued until 10 p.m. for the following counties: Cecil, Maryland, and Chesapeake Bay north of Fools Island, Maryland. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. for northern Salem and central Gloucester counties. At 5:53 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Woodstown, or 10 miles southeast of Wilmington, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, damage to roofs, siding, trees, and power lines if possible. Locations impacted include Glassboro, Pennsville, Pickman, Clayton, Carneys Point, Woodstown, Swedesboro, Mullica Hill, and Turnersville.
Hello.
This includes the following highways: New Jersey
Hello.
Turnpike near Exit
Out there.
1, Interstate 295
Do we have any
between mile markers 2 and 5.
any
A tornado
response
watch remains in effect until
from the
9 p.m.
tubes
for
and the
southern New
U's?
Jersey. For your protection,
It looks like the same patterns every time.
of a building.
1, then 3, then...
Rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. for the following counties in New Jersey, Gloucester, and Salem.
Windows is so trash, I can't drag my window over to the next screen. I have to, like, trick it to do it. It's like, nope, you can't drag it in this spot. You can't drag it in this spot. You're gonna have to, like, it's gonna push it back. You're gonna have to, like, really quickly drag it, or otherwise it's gonna snap to the screen and do this dumb thing that you don't want it to do. Good old Windows 11. All right, so we're getting started here, and already the problems begin. But as you can see, we have Big Bertha here. We got Hurricane Big Bertha, and the reason I'm calling it big is because it's pretty big. This thing, as you can see, is really spiraling and gaining strength here, and then we even have all these storms here on this section over there, mixing in with this and just feeding into that rotation. Look at all this, though, that's part of it way over here. Look at that. This is a big one. So I don't know what the winds are looking like yet, but here's the thing. If it stays on the ocean for a while, it's just going to gain strength. That's all that's going to happen. So that's what I'll tell you is if we see this sort of just sit here on the ocean, it's going to literally just gain strength. Notice how when I call out that the views have been the same patterns, we're locked at a view count of 2, and they're not counting. Again, we saw a third one in here, but then the moment I set that. So again, what I say shouldn't have any impact over what the view count looks like. It is what it is. So I just want to call out how completely absurd that actually is, that the view count is responding to what I would momentarily say and stuff like that. And so that's kind of my point, is that, like, this really isn't how things work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not all like that. Okay? It's a malicious attempt to sort of kind of make things like that. So that this is gonna just gain strength if it sits here. Now I think it's heading, isn't it heading towards Florida? I don't know. Right now it's just sort of sitting there, isn't it? I think it's headed towards Florida. I think this is the path. I think it's been moving this way. Um, so that's sort of kind of what we talked about before, where winds coming in all directions and stuff like that, and different storms converging. It's just going to kind of gain strength there on that coast, where that happens. And I know we have a big storm system up there we're going to talk about too. But this is a hurricane. We wanted to talk about this. This is Bertha, and again, it's really just sort of sitting there right now. I don't really see much of a change, and it doesn't seem to be moving too fast at the moment. So that it's not too, it doesn't look like really super severe at the moment, but I think like the idea is it could end up being that way depending on what it does. I don't think it will. I think it's just going to go right into the land. I think it's just going to go right into the land. It's not going to be that big of a deal. I just going to go right into Florida here and not. But if it hits the coast now, because of its rotation, I don't know that it's going to do this. I think it's just going to go right into the. But if it would hit the coast and for some reason move down this way, which I don't think it's going to do, or up this way, and sort of just linger out here, it's going to gain strength. But it's really not going to do that because of its path directly at the land. It's really, I can almost guarantee it's when we see storms that like sort of are coming at an angle already, where like if it was coming like sort of down this way, where it's already sort of angling itself, I could see that. But right now, and where its path and trajectory, I believe, has been up here and straight this way. So it has a lot of strength. All its strength right now, I believe, is moving this direction. So, it would take a lot, I think, to shift that. I don't think it's gonna move. But I guess we'll see. But let's talk about some of these other storms. We have some stuff out here west, but this is pretty severe here for our east coast, on the east coast here. So let's talk a little bit about that. Look at all this. We have a lot of stuff heading right into Philadelphia right now. Or actually, it's been there. Yeah, it's been there. Um, so I'm not really sure where this is going, but that would be the main part here, and that looks like it's headed toward Baltimore, Washington. I think that's headed right for Baltimore, Washington. So we have a lot of this too up into New York. Wow, look at all this. It just goes right up the East Coast. Look at all these storms. That doesn't look good. There's a bunch of nonsense in Canada too, coming down into Rochester and Buffalo and Erie. Wow, look at this in Erie. Holy cow. That's pretty menacing over there in Erie. same patterns, but then as soon as I call out same patterns, YouTube sits here and does things to the. If you see it, right? Just just stuck there. If I started watching the stream and I came in the stream and started watching the stream, it would you would see it jolts up to 4 briefly, but then go right back down to 3, and then probably back down to 2 again too. If I came in the stream to confirm. Yeah, it is not stopping. So I don't know how long that's gonna last, but yeah, I think it's fair to say it's heading in that direction. So this. Wow. Lots of storm systems today. Lots of stuff in Richmond here. Richmond's getting hit. So that red is severe. That's a severe thunderstorm right there. So this is where we call like isolated storms and stuff like that. These small ones that are sort of scattered. If you see like the red, they are storms or isolated T storms. But if you just see like yellow and green, it's scattered showers. So that's what that means. Here's your scattered showers. And then this would be. Actually, that's a severe thunderstorm right there. But these are more scattered T storms up here to the north. So that's what a lot of this, the tail end of this big hurricane is right here. That's heading toward Florida. And if it hits, it's heading toward that Tallahassee, Tampa area, right between. It's probably gonna hit Jacksonville. It's gonna hit not necessarily Tallahassee directly, but Jacksonville. I think it's gonna go right between the two and hit all this stuff in between. So it's like direct hit right here, I think. If that's what you're wondering about. So Panama, watch out. You're gonna get some winds, but I don't know that you're gonna get hit. And whatever this is, that's getting hit. Gainesville. So yeah, Cross City. Trenton. Okay. So yeah, Trenton's getting hit. Trenton's getting hit. So that's more accurately what's getting hit there. But yeah, just right through the middle between Tallahassee and Tampa. So I didn't warn you. Oh, look, an Air Force base. They're getting some storms. Pensacola. Getting some storms in Pensacola. In Baton Rouge, we got some thunderstorms starting. Baton Rouge. Over here in Baton Rouge. You mean Baton Rouge? No, it's Baton Rouge. That's how you say it. You don't say it's not Baton Rouge. Sorry. As much as you want to call it that. It's Baton Rouge. This is Lafayette. See, I know some of them. Some of them I'll say, and you're like, what the hell did he just say? I know some of them. What I said something wrong over here, didn't I? Was it it's not Gainesville. I say stuff wrong sometimes, that's pretty funny. That's what you're laughing at, right? It's that. So yeah, like I think direct hit pretty much right there, like between, like I said, Tampa and Tallahassee, so Jacksonville. But I mean, it's gonna lose strength by the time it hits that. So, whatever this Horseshoe Beach, I guess. Rosewood. Usher. Yeah. It's always time for a little Usher. Usher. I might need more coffee. Wait a minute.
Safety and preparedness information you should monitor later forecasts and be prepared to take action should flash flood warnings be issued. Flash flood warning is canceled for northwestern Burlington, northwestern Camden, northwestern Gloucester, northwestern Salem, southeastern Chester, Delaware, southern Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties. The heavy rain has ended. Flooding is no longer expected to pose a threat. A flood watch remains in effect until 2 a.m. Wednesday for portions of northern Delaware, New Jersey, and southeast Pennsylvania. Flash flood warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. this evening for northern Newcastle County. At 6:05 p.m., Newcastle County emergency managers reported flooding in Newark and Wilmington.
Newcastle's Delaware, right? That's what it's talking about, I think.
Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar.
I mean, this is Delaware.
Life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses.
All this.
Some locations that may experience flash flooding include Wilmington, Newark, Pennsville,
Yep,
Carnegie
right there.
Point, Ellesmere, Newcastle, Penns Grove, Newport, Arden, Stanton,
I don't.
Wilmington Manor, and Greenville.
Newcastle should be around here somewhere.
Interstate 95 in Delaware between miles
Oh wait, is that the?
1 and 23. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded routes.
Turn around.
The current vehicles.
Good idea.
Flash flood warning is canceled for southern Chester and western Delaware counties.
No, I can't find it.
Flooding is no longer expected to pose a threat. Please continue.
That's okay.
Remaining road closure.
Dover and Wilmington are like. I mean, like Newcastle's pretty
For portions of northern Delaware,
main
New
and
Jersey,
central,
and
but
southeast Pennsylvania.
it's
The following
Wilmington
is a severe
is.
thunderstorm watch announcement from the National Weather Service.
But it depends on where you come from.
Has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 509, effective
Come from PA, yeah, you're gonna wind up in
This watch
Wilmington.
includes the following counties: Cecil, Maryland, and Chesapeake Bay north of Pools Island, Maryland. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent,
There's Ocean City.
remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen
And
for
Atlantic
later
City.
statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. 9 has been issued until 10 p.m. for the
I like
following
Ocean City,
counties:
Maryland.
Cecil, Maryland, and Chesapeake Bay North,
I like
Long
Ocean City,
Island,
Maryland.
The National Weather Service in Mount Holly,
That's
New
Ocean
Jersey has
City,
issued a severe
Delaware, I
thunderstorm
believe.
warning for southwestern New
Or
Castle
Ocean
County
City,
in
New
northern
Jersey.
Delaware, northern Kent County and
I know
central
Atlantic
Delaware,
City is New Jersey.
northeastern Queen Anne's County in northeastern Maryland, northeastern Kent County in northeastern Maryland until 6:45 p.m.
I'm gonna get some coffee here. Again, I need more. Holy cow, look at that. Right in Long Island. Is heading up right into the Cape. Man, the Cape is getting hit. It's like just storm after storm after storm. Look at this. Like, it's just all gonna hit that. Man. It's not surprising though, they do get hit. Now, what is all this? What is all this? What is this? Oh, that's a lot out in the ocean. I wonder if I won't say it. 'Cause it's not necessarily gonna happen yet. But that is a lot heading out toward the ocean, just for more wind to push it right back in if it doesn't, if it doesn't rain out essentially. That's menacing. Wow, look at all this heading into Virginia. All right, let's head over here to the West Coast since I didn't do that yet. And then I'm gonna grab some coffee. I'll put you guys on the West Coast though. Lots of scattered stuff over here though. The main set of things going on actually looks like it's in Arizona. Like sorta east of Flagstaff here, heading that direction though. Did that have a rotation to it? It sorta does. Oh, that's weird. Look at how it's sorta. Oh, that's odd. You don't normally see that in Arizona. Look at this down here too. It's not rotating, but it looks like it's trying to. Like it's sort of doing this and then arcing. That's where you're getting all that strength from. So that's what this front is from. That's nuts, man. It's just feeding into it. And then you're getting all this in here. Like Albuquerque's gonna get hit. Albuquerque. All right. Give me a sec. Drink here. Right back. More coffee. So, are you seeing what I'm seeing? How it just kind of looks rotatey-ish, but it's not really. I guess it's sort of moving. It's sort of moving northwest. Ah, that is good. That is good. Oh my god, I clicked on something. I have to refresh the whole thing now. I have to refresh the whole thing now. Oh my god. Oh my god. That doesn't even. Oh my god. This is so stupid. All right, let's take a look at this one. So this is Bertha. Again, this is actual Hurricane Bertha here. Sitting right under New Orleans, basically, and Pensacola, and heading sort of in the direction of Jacksonville. And again, it's fair to say that pretty much all of North Florida is going to get hit by this in various forms, but it's gonna probably hit mostly right between Tallahassee, Tampa area. That's the path of trajectory, um, of projected trajectory, trajectory. I mean, it basically is trajectory. It's wind, so sure. Oh my god, I love it. Oh, it's good. All right. All right, that's enough. Boy, that is a crazy, menacing looking set of storms in the all that nonsense. Heading right into Washington, Baltimore, Washington area, and just pretty much all of Delaware and Jersey are covered. Pretty much. There's parts here in like North Jersey, like Central and North Jersey, that are not, I think. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe really not. Yeah, it's funny. It's pretty much mostly covered. It's actually up here more towards New York. That's not. Yeah, it is. It's mostly covered. That's funny. Man, and so is Massachusetts. So this is Massachusetts right here, and most of a good bit of Massachusetts, is covered in storms at the moment, and other storms are sort of heading in. Like look at this, heading up that way. Um, so Pittsfield, Boston, Providence, Rhode Island is definitely getting hit by all this. Like just all of Boston's getting hit. But that looks like mainly like showers and stuff. Like just like rain, like steady rain or steady showers. Um the yellow and stuff like that, that's sort of starting to form here and heading that way. That's why I say maybe some storms are going to actually hit, because we also have all this down here sort of fueling that too. So that's sort of kind of what makes me think that. But I'm not really sure without seeing, um, how strong the winds are and stuff like that. That has a lot to do with that. If the winds are dying down, it ain't going anywhere. It's just going to rain out. So I can't really see that, but there are so many storms on the East Coast. It's fair to say that this is gonna take a while. This has gotta run its course. Probably lead into, I don't know for sure, but it'll probably lead into tomorrow, and maybe even the next day, where it's just like, just like a lot of storm systems building here, building, and then fueling more and more and more. So yes, this is what we are looking at that's finally moving out, but then you have all this moving in um behind it. So I don't, I think that's going to run its course, and then all this too. You know what I'm saying? Like this is rotating up now. That's passes, but all this is still here, and over water too. So like this is all like open water, big lakes like this. There can be winds and stuff. So it's that is not done quite yet. And this is certainly not. And this is just getting started. Back to our hurricane here in the Gulf. Texas actually doesn't really have like anything right now, surprisingly. Um, there's some stuff that looks like it might be sort of east of oh, actually south of Juarez, heading into Juarez. But there's definitely like a storm system going on over here. So I don't know what that's going to do. It looks like it's gaining strength though. Whatever this is kind of so. So yeah, it's good to keep an eye on what's coming up from Mexico here, sort of into Arizona and New Mexico, because that's a lot of these storms here, and a lot of this is feeding into, again, I talked about Albuquerque, so that, yeah, that's heading right toward Albuquerque. That storm system's still heading towards Flagstaff, Arizona. There might be something heading towards Vegas here a little bit, but I'm not 100%. It's hard to tell. See, this is dying down, but sometimes it's hard to tell like what's forming here, because it looks like there might be something starting, but it's so hard to tell. Like with winds and stuff, I could see the winds. Like I said, it would make a big difference. I could probably predict um, a lot more accurately, and cloud structure. If I had a look at the actual cloud structure in the area, that'd be a big difference too. Like if I was actually looking at the CC camera for whatever you know where whatever areas in question, where they have their instruments. A lot of them are just, like a weather station or something like that. And then if I could see that, you could see the sky, the sort of the skyline, and get a much better idea of kind of, like what the clouds look like. Because this, I'm just looking at what's already there and already a storm on the radar for it to look at. If I can't see clouds and air pressure and wind, well, then I can't predict much. I'm just going based on what the radar already says. So Utah's got some pretty hefty looking stuff going on and sort of east of Salt Lake there and Richfield, west of Richfield. Colorado's got some stuff. Idaho got some stuff. Oregon got some stuff. Nevada got some stuff. Look at this. Nevada's got, like, Carson City and Reno have some systems here. And then what's all this? Like, just nothing. Yeah, like these are severe here, but it looks like mainly like parks and trees and stuff. All right, let's check on our hurricane here. That is gaining. That is gaining. That is gaining. It's fueled. It's being fueled right now. You can even tell. That is classic. It is sort of like, oh god. The outer parts of this definitely have that classic rotation to them where you can really see all of these rings out here rotating towards the storm, fueling it. And so, it's just going to take a little bit of time. All eventually, all the wind and everything from these storms, as they continue fueling this, it's going to keep pushing it this way. So we just have to wait it out and see where it's going to go. But again, I do think that it's possible it could shift slightly south and hit Tampa. Now that I'm sort of seeing all this and it's fueling it sort of at this angle. If you look at the angle of where this is getting pushed, where it's going this way, and then this is pushing it this way, so that plus that, well, that could push it down a little bit as it's going this way. So depending on how much it pushes it down, it could hit Tampa. Could. I don't know. It could be the difference of hitting Orlando versus Jacksonville as well, if that makes sense. It's really hard to say at this point. We'll know more probably in the next few hours. Probably, I'd say in the next 4 to 5 hours, we'll know a lot more definitively where this is going to hit. Just because of all these different winds and storm systems not working through yet and getting a chance to finish out and push and fuel this, and then seeing where its trajectory is actually going to go. So that's why I say that. So yeah, we'll just have to wait. Again, I think about 4 to 5 hours. It's possible that we may not see anything until, you know, almost closer to sort of midnight here, Eastern time zone, maybe even in the early AM as far as where that's going to actually be hitting. But it would be nice. It would be nice to give you guys a better predicted outcome. I just don't know that I have it. I can't if I can't say it, what I mean? I don't want to say it and then be wrong, that would be messed up. So I don't want to say for sure. Um and then it shifts, and so yeah, look at all this. Look at all this forming here. I think it's really possible it could. I think it's very, very possible it could shift further south to Tampa, Orlando, Palm Coast. I think it's really possible. Even just now that I'm seeing this development here. But again, I can't say definitively for the next probably 4 to 5 hours or so. I still wanna see where that goes. I'm just sort of thinking out loud that I am seeing a little bit more development here that could potentially have more of a, you know, effect on it not going so far south, but we'll see. There is so much going on here with this downward rotation. So the upward rotation carries it this way still, but we do have quite a bit pushing it down. And so I just, you know, it's really hard to say, but I will say we have a lot here pushing it that way, which, obviously explains its trajectory. Um, all this fueling behind there and then continuing this way too. So, and then you're always going to have this wind coming in here. So that's what all this is that's forming here, and then skipping past it and doing all this too. Like taking clouds off of this, essentially breaking them off and pushing them into Florida, is sort of what that's doing. So now as that goes through Florida and trickles into these other states, that then goes right back into that wind rotation and sort of recycles its own storm. So that's when you get that ridiculous storm system that just keeps fueling itself. Um, and more specifically, there's not a huge landmass here, so a lot of that is just the fact that all that wind can go right across. It's not a real big landmass to slow it down and all that. You just have all these winds going whipping across the coastline and whatnot. So we got a lot of isolated storms here. A lot of isolated T storms in Cuba. Wow, look at that. That is a lot. Well, we got a lot. We got them too, though, so can't really say anything. But that is a lot. That's very severe too. Like that's flooding, man. If you see that where it's like really bold dark red, that's like flooding. That is raining, man. Well, potential flooding. I mean, obviously it depends on the area, but it's it's a lot of times it's flooding. Get those inches of water instead of it having time to drain. So let's move on up here and see what this is doing. Wow, there's been some development. Holy cow, that's moving quick. Oh, that is rearing its head at Washington, Baltimore. Look how fast that's moving. That's severe. You can't appreciate. I know, like maybe some of you can, but like for those, you're not really sure what this means, you can't appreciate how truthfully, like, fast that actually is. I know that on the scale of, like, this just looks like, bunch of stuff on slowly moving on the screen. Truthfully, a storm system doesn't look like it's moving that fast. You have to understand this. This is um few hundred miles that this is traveling from here to over to here. um you know Hundreds of miles this is traveling, and it's going that fast. Like, where it's like you actually see this storm system moving across this state hundreds of miles that quickly, where you actually see it. That, man, that we got some wind there. I will definitively say, without even seeing it, that storm has wind. So wherever that's hitting, you you've got a little bit of a storm emergency right now, and I think it's Washington. I think that is dead hitting Washington. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know. It is. It is. I didn't say dead ass. I said dead hitting Washington. Oh man. So let's just look at this a second, how quick the whole thing is. So look at the difference in how slowly moving this is. Can you notice that? Can you notice how, like, this moves sort of a good bit slower? And then this one down here, now it is feeling that. So this one will probably start moving faster, but I really think, yeah, like this, man, this wind coming down through here must really be pushing that. So let me look at something here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Let me look at let's look ahead of this a little bit. Bull Run. Is that Washington? How about Sterling? That looks like Washington. So let me do this. Okay. So in Sterling, the wind isn't too bad right now. That is a fast moving storm though. Cause, like, all right, here, oh my God. Sorry. So stupid. Um, Even if we just go over here and we just look at these. Look at how slow this moves. It's barely going anywhere. It's sort of just sitting there. You know what I mean? It's like it's not even moving really. It's far more isolated. You get what I'm saying? Or this is a you call this a front. There's a storm front moving right through the state. And that's why it's called that, because it's just a ridiculous storm front that is being pushed, across. And yeah, that's severe. I would think severe damaging winds, but Sterling's reporting gusts of 15 miles an hour. So I maybe I'm just not looking in the right place. I'm not sure. And maybe not. Maybe it's not damaging winds, but it sure looks like it. Boy. How about we look at Romney? What are the winds in Romney? And that's well, that's like right on the line there, isn't it? That's oh no, it's not. Okay. Yeah, it's like nothing. I'm gonna check Baltimore. Yeah, it's not that bad. That's funny. Unless it's just wrong, but I doubt that. There is a flood warning. So the National Weather Service did issue a flood warning for Maryland 30 minutes ago, and Sterling, Virginia also issued one. Yeah, pretty much South Baltimore. So if I'm looking at this right, if we look at Baltimore, they sort of like drew a line, and it kind of is like this almost, and it's like all of this pretty much. This has a flood warning. Pretty much all this south of Baltimore here has a flood warning from the National Weather Service. Philadelphia as well. So a warning, if you remember, a warning is it is flooding. A watch would be to keep an eye on it. So that's what you you talk about with that. Apparently there's a tornado watch in Philadelphia. I think I'm right about those winds. I just think I'm not finding the correct spots to look it up. If there's a tornado watch in Philadelphia, there's high winds. I wonder what the winds are in Philadelphia right now. I guess I could look that up. Okay, so it is a little bit more, but it's still basically nothing. I mean, gusts of 23 miles an hour is nothing. That's still one of the higher ones that I saw. Like, because even when I looked at Baltimore, I think it said gusts of 15 or something. Like, that's nothing. That's nothing. Nothing at all. But as of 38 minutes ago, there was a tornado watch in Philadelphia. So again, that's not the same as a warning. A watch is just that to be on the lookout for signs of a tornado. It does not mean there is a tornado. If there is a warning, a tornado, a funnel cloud has been spotted. That that is the difference, and so it's just a watch. So why is my bit rate shifting around? Because I'm accurately giving advice and YouTube is controlling the trending that we're getting for. Yes, that's correct. So I'll be contacting my lawyer here in a little bit. Talk to him about that. Hello. All right, here's our hurricane here, gaining strength. Still heading towards Florida. Just watching storms. How's it going? Well, a whole bunch of storms headed towards Orlando. Look at that. Like just it's like a snake of storms. Headed to Comic-Con. That's cool. Which one? San Diego. Headed to my town? No. No, we're gonna get a little bit of this, but not a lot. I'm sort of up here. We're gonna get a little bit of that, but not a lot. Um, San Diego, let's see. Yeah, you guys are fine. You guys are fine. Nothing down there. All week long, clear skies. That is, I will say that there's not a whole lot here that would, because of the way that sits in like that. You'd almost have to have something that comes up here, I would think, and then ends up, and then it's gonna lose strength anyway. I would think, but I don't know. You're down there near Tijuana. Yeah, it's really mainly just Eastern and Northern California getting hit. And it looks like mostly forests and stuff. Yeah, you told me that before. You said it's cheaper and stuff. That's not surprising. I've there's a lot of people that over the years they've gone to even Puerto Rico and stuff to get dental work and medical treatments because it's just better than in the United States and cheaper. Mainly cheaper, but better overall then because it's basically the same quality of healthcare, but monstrously cheaper. Well, we know which one's better then. Imagine traveling all the way You know, like, it makes sense for you because you don't live that far, but, like, imagine literally, like, flying to Puerto Rico or something like that just to, you know what I'm saying? That's how it do, though. Wow, look at this. Just to get a cleaning. Yeah. I will say that they wanted 20 grand here for some crowns and it was only 6,000. Yeah, I will say that I'm thoroughly unimpressed with the medical field in the United States is already struggling and has been, but the dental field is full of a bunch of people that are very, like, it's like sort of dollar store education. They go and learn for like a year and stuff like that. It's just a bunch of people usually sort of right out of high school, and they're, like, the dentist is probably the most qualified person there, and then a lot of times they have something up their rear end about everything, and I just think that, that's a specialist, that's a doctor. So, it's the sort of thing where people should feel like they're getting quality of care instead of having to deal with somebody that um you know wants to just charge as much as possible. You started laughing when he said 20 grand, then he got super mad. Yeah, I mean, you're not alone with the bad teeth, man. There's some of us that we're in the same boat, man. It causes a lot of problems. It does. It causes tons of problems. Um, and it's really expensive. And implants are not the answer because they cause problems too. The answer is to pull out broken bits of teeth or whatever you have, and sew it up the best you can, and do what you can with it, and just like an implant, just drilling stuff into your gums and stuff. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And yeah, they're problematic for sure. It's like if your first original tooth rotted out and came off and stuff like that, like essentially there was an infection and there's all this going on. How is there something substantial to hold the implant? It doesn't even make any sense. And so, like, when you look at it like that, the dentist should know that too, and they do. So they're just trying to make money off of it. They know that your diseased gums can't hold that implant in there. It's far better to like get like a retainer with like fake teeth on it and stuff like that, or like just stuff like that, or what I mean, like, if you want that. I don't personally care, um you know but it makes more sense to get, if you have you want to take pictures or something, or all right, so you just get a retainer with fake teeth on it. What do you think actors and rappers do? Like, a lot of rappers, they're in a whole. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, their whole mouth is completely fake, and then like they go through this stuff later on where like they get all these implants and stuff, and it just causes like problems for them because they got like all these implants that they shouldn't have gotten. Yeah, they drill holes into your like that's the point. Like you can't like I don't know about it's not really your jawbone, but it your gums like you already pulled something out of there. Like what do you expect it to hold on to anymore? It'd be like if you somehow uproot a tree, you ripped it right out of the ground. You got Thor to come over and rip the tree right out of the ground or something like that, or Cap or something. Rips the tree right out of the ground, and then you're like, well, we can just we can just put a tree here and just put it down and just like push it really hard and turn it, and it'll grow. With all the weird studded roots and all this stuff and it'll just a tree might, but like I mean, it probably won't actually. Like the whole point is you got to cover it with soil, you got to water it, you got to like I mean it needs nutrients and stuff like that. Like a bad example because it's a freaking tree, but you get what I'm saying. Oh man. Either way, the dental industry in this country. And this is heart disease. This is you know different types of cancer and stuff, heart disease, all kinds of stuff. But no, no, just we're gonna suck at it like we suck at everything else. But we're the best. America, 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 America's number one. America. I wonder if anybody still believes our military is number one. If anybody still actually believes that. Like, I'm not talking about homeland. Like, we got plenty of stuff here, but we don't use it. Like, the point is, like, I'm talking, like, you know, overseas. Like, we're not going to use, like, I mean, unless Trump's actually that dumb. No, he's too scared. He wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, he's not going to actually use our real reserves. But that's what all these other countries want him to do. They're trying to pressure him to do it, and you know it. Oh, stop it. You know what? Why don't it'd be great if some retards that voted for Trump would just stop watching my stream. If you just would stop. Because you just hate mongering retards. Still got the best movies, I guess. Maybe not. What are we talking about now? I don't even know what we're talking about now. Best movies. Look how quickly I move on. Oh, America. You're talking about America. Um, yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, there's some really good movies, foreign movies, but yeah, we got the best. We do. We do. We get the best TV shows. That's for damn sure. No, there's zero question about that. Zero. All the stuff that came before Trump. that he didn't do. Like, the reflecting pool was fine before he messed with it. The White House is fine before he messed with it. Country is fine before he came into office. Like, everybody has their problems. No one's gonna be perfect. But it was, for the most part, it was okay. We were getting better. Now we're playing around with the likes. 10 likes, 9 likes, 10 likes, 9 likes, 10 likes, 9 likes. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Confetti, confetti, confetti. That was a very quick moving storm. Oh man, Washington's getting hit. Oh man. Trump's gonna go hide in his underground bunker now because it's storming. He's gonna be like, what if it's China? What if they're what if they're hiding in the storm? What if but I need another, we need to do another emergency medical treatment. I need 8,000 treatments. 8,000 treatments. I need to live forever. Pump me full of this and that. I need to live forever. But you know, I'm an idiot, and that stuff actually is harming my health because I'm retarded. Durr, 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 durr. Donald Trump, the man that's right about everything. Remember, it's on a hat, so it must be true. It must. You know, guys, just like when Chuck Norris falls in water, he doesn't get wet. Water gets Chuck Norris. Just like that, guys. That is a true fact. It's totally true. You know. So I think Donald thinks that this is what his presidency is, where, you know, regardless of how shitty he is, you know, just best, just regardless. Yep. I think that's what he thinks. See, the reason we can do that with Chuck Norris and other things is because Chuck Norris is a good person. Yeah. The whole point is that we know that he won't take advantage of, you know, so that's okay. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, when you do this with a jackass, don't just be a jackass. Pretty basic stuff, man. Pretty basic stuff, man. It looks like Philly's just getting rain at this point. Boy, that is heading toward Washington, isn't it? Look at that. Getting right in there. They are getting rain right now. That is rain. Might be Might be hearing the rumbles in the distance. Maybe. Doesn't it look like it's moving back out? What the heck? Oh no. Oh no. See, I was right about this being a lot up here. I think it's changing its trajectory a little bit. Oh man. Yeah, this is what they can do when they hit the coast and then they have all these storms. See, this is coming over here and pushing it back down. Whew, yeah, that might hit South Florida now instead. We'll see. We'll see. It might it might go right down like this. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Cause it was going like this. So if it gets pushed down, it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna sort of kind of. I don't think it's gonna do the thing where all right, so there hurricanes can do this thing where they linger on the coast for a few days. So what this could possibly do is, if this is actually a massive hurricane, it could literally sit here for like a day or two. Go out, go in, get pushed right back out, and then it's gaining all this strength and it has those rotations of all those times. And then now, once it finally gets pushed hard enough that it can't go down anymore, it's going to just get pushed right into the land. You're going to get all that strength where, again, it went down like this initially, tried to go in, but just gained strength getting pushed by all these winds again. So then comes back out, gains more strength, and then just loops right back around and just wham right into Florida. Like a slingshot almost. It's a real it's a real possibility. That is a real possibility. We're going to see a Picard maneuver out of this hurricane. Man, look at all these storms forming in Florida. This is nuts. There's even more. This thing is rearing its head. Notice how it was a little bit further this way, And now again, it looks like it's moving down slightly. That's what I'm pointing out, I think, personally. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Whoa, look at all that. Something going on in Cincinnati. We got stuff up in Columbus pushing through here. Man. All right, what's this looking like? Yeah, so this severe part right here looks like it's actually gonna drift this way. It actually looks like it's sort of gonna go maybe right over Washington, Columbia sort of area there. So this is really breaking up a little bit here, as you can see. It was very severe and it's sort of like breaking up a little bit. I don't know that it's dying off though. It's not. This is a huge storm front and we have all this. So it's just breaking up a little bit. So that could really actually fuel this up here toward Washington, where it would break apart and we would see maybe some heading down towards Richmond and some heading up towards Washington, but we'll see. I think it's a real possibility. Yeah. Wow. Heading into Washington. Here it comes. And you can see sort of the we'll call it the outside crest of the storm here. The westernmost part of this side being fueled by the stuff back here where it's just helping to push this way. You just have all this here helping to sort of push this way, and I think even more so that's going to hit Washington. Yeah, a lot of this is going to, I think, stay down here in Lynchburg and Richmond where it is. I think just maybe a little tiny bit of this is going to break off up here. I think it's mostly that's a pretty decent gap. That's probably going to stay separated because of all this here pulling that down, keeping it that way, and then this here pushing that way. but I still think this is significant enough. It's going go right into Washington. So this is pushing down this way, and this is all pulling up this way. So it's gonna probably go right there. See all that pulling up that way. And then now this is gonna push down this way. Chesapeake Bay area looks like it's definitely hitting some storms right now. So if we head up here towards Boston, that's what's getting hit right now too. Um, New York is still sort of, like there's some rain, but it's not too bad. And a lot of this is going right out into the ocean. So that's actually interesting. I wonder again how much of that's going to come right back in, like we see up here. And then you get what I'm saying. I guess we'll see. We'll see if this is another sort of system going on up here, but I don't think it is. It's possible though, because again, it is going out to the coast, and I can't see anything out here. Actually, I wish I could, but you can't. So it's possible with stuff out here pushing in. You never know, because we do have all this coming up through here. So I can't see that, but that is a big system. So with you know what I'm saying, with us knowing that this easily formed down here and stuff like that, and we see very 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 large system up here. We have this trickling down into the warm climate as well as way up into the cold climate. So yeah, that is a high and low pressure thing going on there. So yeah. And there's nothing as of right now, there's nothing really big coming in that's pushing any of this back yet. So that's all I'm saying. Like it's probably not the case because we don't usually see that over there, but it's possible. Where something will come along here. Essentially, it comes in here and it'll push this whole thing back here. And then so if you would have that at the time this is going on, that's where you're gonna get that. But it again, it's not as common as down here, for sure. But you can see that, and then sometimes the storm will go right back in here, very rarely, but most of the time what happens is it carries it down the coast, builds pressure, builds pressure, builds pressure, gets pushed right back out, and then right back in and comes right back up into Florida and up the coast. So Florida pretty much always gets it. Um, so that's why I want to watch that stuff too. Just take a look here overhead. So, as you guys know, we look at the average counts per minute, the CPM of what the essentially the radiation in the air would be, and an average um an average nuclear radiation in the air is between 5 and 50 counts per minute. So essentially, every time you hear that count, that's a count. So right now, we're looking at about an average of 12 counts per minute. That's within that. That's actually that's pretty low actually. That is on the low end of that acceptable normal range of nuclear radiation in the air, between 5 and 50. So even right now it says 9. So that's very, very low. Very, very low. Um, so just reporting that as well, that we're looking at a low, very low CPM level. That's good. In very small countries around the world, um, where there might be a country that does, maybe a lot of nuclear testing or something like that, and they really shouldn't be, you might have a much higher CPM level, just saying. Where maybe your country is only, sort of the size of maybe a couple of these little small states here and stuff like that, and they're just setting nukes off, sort of left and right doing testing. You might have a much higher CPM level because it's just not safe. I wonder what it is out here in, like, yeah, our, like, Arizona, New Mexico area. I often wonder. I'll bet it is a little bit higher, but I'll bet it's not that bad because we still have remnants of those things that came before. They haven't completely gone away to those oligarchy systems yet, um, but they've been severely defunded, and that's when you see these outbreaks and stuff like that. And even if it wouldn't be an outbreak or something like that, and they take it back, that's the result of like a mistake or something because they have lack of funding and like essentially just not having enough people to keep up on that and keep like you need that, or there's these things are going to happen. Our medical may not be good, but we were sort of getting, we're things like that were helping us where we kind of control these things on a much wider scale and stuff like that, so that way um it's more up to the states to have better or worse healthcare available to people and stuff like that, if that makes sense. And that's how it should be in this country, where that's where the state funding comes in, where they can really people can just decide essentially what's best for them, um, and stuff like that, their lifestyle and what they need or whatever. Or again, you could just drive to another state where it's a little better or something. um, which happens a lot actually. You hear about people that can't get a test or something like that, and they got to go across the country or something because there's this machine, where it is. We actually have that here in Pennsylvania. There's actually some it's Hershey, it's Penn State, it's Penn Health, and Hershey, because we have those, like Penn State and all that, and then Hershey is world famous too. So because we have all of that, I think in the past in the state, we just always had this um workhorse of some of the best um medical professionals and facilities in the country. So we just ended up with a lot of that, where they built these things and one of the best and stuff like that. And So we just have that access to a lot of that stuff here. Not necessarily with dental, but medical, yeah. Um, there's actually some scanning machines that we have here that I've heard about people even from across the country flying over here just to get a scan because they see it's the only state in the country that actually has the scanning machine. Or so they think, but I'm pretty sure that is actually the case. Um, one of those facilities was really massive. It only went up a few years ago. So that's the Penn State Hershey thing. But that was Penn State. I think that was Penn State. Oh, we got some yellow coloration here with that. Let's pick it up. So that is really really starting to pick up and head into Washington there, as you can see. Yeah, that was a fast moving storm, man. Even that's moving fast now. That was moving slower before, I think. That's picking up. Oh boy. Yeah, this just is moving really fast. I mean, I've seen faster for sure, but that's still pretty quick. If it was moving faster, you would see a lot more widespread. It would just be solid. Probably fill this whole thing. Probably fill the whole thing for the most part. Look at that. Look at it's building. We have some more coloration, yellow coloration down here too. That is really building. There's a little bit of red there, as you can see at the top there. Right there. So again, that's in the Gulf. The Gulf that is not the Gulf of America, the Gulf that is the Gulf of Texas and Mexico. And it was originally the Gulf of Mexico. And dumbass Trump just decided, hey, let's randomly rename it the Gulf of America, and just did it randomly without consulting Mexico. So, just saying, can't just do that. Like, what if we just do you think that do you think that Russia would appreciate it if hey look, this do you think Russia would appreciate it? Look, like this is the sea right here. And it's so close to Japan. We're just gonna call it the Sea of Japan. You know, it's not the Sea of whatever the hell that says. It's the Sea of Japan. Do you think Russia would appreciate that? No, Russia would be really fucking pissed. So why would you do that? Well, because you're trying to send a message to them subliminally that you're gonna do whatever the hell you want. That's why. And it starts with stupid shit like that. Where you can't just, oh, Gulf of America. It's okay. Whatever. We already have one. It's right there. Right there it is. The Gulf of California. Yep. And that's even in Mexico too. Imagine that. But I'll bet Trump was so dumb he didn't know that existed because he didn't know a damn thing about California. At least I'll admit to it. I mean, I know basically kind of where stuff is. I'm not oblivious to it, but I mean, I'm not like, I mean, I know a lot more about California in a lot of states, but I'm not the American where I sat here and studied all these different states and everything in them. And who does that? A governor for that state's gonna do that, sure. That makes sense. Like, you're a governor for that state, okay. It's just like running a business or wanting to be the CEO. You better prove that you know everything about it, and then have a have the just show that you appreciate it, and you're not there to sit there and try to be toxic to the company and stuff like that. Like, because then you're going to change too much. Because you actually like took the job because you didn't like the company, and you just want to like, come in there and change everything. So, you know, and that happens. No, I mean you learn the normal stuff in school. We study the different capitals of each state and all that, and I don't fucking remember what they all are. I don't remember that stuff. I know a good bit of them, but I don't remember them all. The only reason I know the capital of Alaska is because it's the thing that everybody tricks you with. Do you know the capital of Alaska? Juneau? Do you know the capital of Alaska? Okay. Oh wow, there's actually some in Alaska. I didn't even notice that. Well, that's heading into Anchorage. Holy cow. Look at that. Oh yeah, that's heading right in there. That's pretty quick too. That's pretty quick. It ain't as quick as the one we're looking at on the East Coast, but that's pretty quick. So that's a storm. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's moving slow, but so it's a storm. I mean, this is obviously moving faster, like just visibly, clearly. You just will never if the radar, if you see constant movement like that, where it's more of a, constant instead of stop, and then you can notice the actual individual breaks and how long it takes. That's a pretty normal, because we're talking about clouds, okay? If you notice that they're actually like consistent, where it's like not man, can you imagine seeing that? Like like it's like that's the point. That's pretty quick, man. Like they're moving. There's a giant system moving across an entire set of states, and Virginia's a pretty big state. We got West Virginia here too, Maryland, Washington, all this all up in the PA, all down here into North Carolina. So like, and even in Tennessee here too. So like you just, like just the fact that this looks like it's moving that consistently, you can't appreciate, in my opinion, sometimes just looking at this, how fast that really is moving. That's why I was like, there's got to be high winds, because just seeing that consistent movement on radar like that, you never, even down here with the rotation, with how this is building, you can still see a significant amount of time of between the movement, where there's gaps, versus just consistent movement on the radar. Because that's the movement, that's how fast it's moving. So the fact that it would actually update that quickly, you see what I'm saying? That is the radar tracking that storm that quickly, saying, hey, there ain't there ain't no there ain't no gaps in this, that's just moving. So I'll bet that. And again, it's not like, it's not like a road where you're confined to, the windiness of the road. It's just straight across. So like air travel, okay? So, realistically, if it's moving 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, think about the type of winds that's creating below, okay? So I don't think it's moving even that fast. But that's the point, is like something that consistently moves maybe 40 miles an hour, something like that, on in the air. Yeah, you really just can't appreciate, you get what I'm saying? How fast that's going to look like that. Or it's just this big thing. I mean, if it were like a small little blip, it wouldn't look like that, obviously. It would look like it moving a lot slower. But it's this big, big thing, and it's moving, that speed. So you're going to really, really notice it. Wow. So some of this severe stuff looks like it's heading right into Baltimore, actually. But we'll see. We'll see. We got this down here too. So, there's still time to kind of call that differently, but I think this system here, this red and yellow, I do think that's going right over Baltimore, Annapolis area. Columbia, Baltimore, Annapolis. Yeah. So Dover's going to get hit again, guys. Anybody in Dover, you're not done getting hit. You're getting hit a lot. So just to let you know, you still got all this coming. So if you're in Dover, Delaware, it ain't over yet. No, I have a song in my head because I said that. It's literally just in there. It's that easy. Ah, the beat is freaking sick, boy. That is just getting more severe. Look at all the yellow coloration showing up. Look at that. Oh man, Washington is gonna get smacked. Holy crap. Look at this. Look at this. I think it's gonna get smacked. I gotta get up here for a minute, but I'll be back. So just continuing to watch this, we are really seeing a lot of development in this little, well, this large part of the storm front here that that's sort of just gaining, all this severe yellow and red coloration, as you can see. So that's about what it looks like right now over Washington. So as you can see, we're sort of looking at this kind of building quite a bit and creating all this down here, and it's sort of just moving right into Washington here. Now, again, as I said, a lot of this initially is hitting Baltimore and the Annapolis area. Um, right, it's already hitting Columbia, like I said, but I do think that again, it's going to go right over Washington, and then the bottom of this severe part here. This is what we're going to see. All this and this is going to sort of kind of go right into Washington there, I think. Yeah, and then you see even a little bit of yellow there, and then all that heading right in there. So if we just sort of kind of look at the last few minutes there, that's what that looks like there. Last 10 minutes. So in the last 10 minutes, this is how much it's moved. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit of movement in 10 minutes. That is quite a bit of movement in 10 minutes. So that's definitely heading into Washington there. All this stuff from Erie. Here's what's interesting. All this stuff from Erie is now heading down into the state, and it's moving pretty quick. They're just moving pretty quick. And a lot of this is getting fueled by this stuff that's moving over Lake Erie and coming down here from Canada too. So I think that I think we're gonna possibly see some of this actually hit us. Because we have stuff building here too. I think we're looking at possibly across the Pennsylvania, like an entire state storm front starting here probably over the next day or so. That's gonna take about a day, I think. I mean, it's moving pretty quick, but I mean that's still on the other side of the state. That PA is a really big state. It is. It's bigger than it looks sometimes. Like you look at it, it just doesn't. You don't. It's a rectangle basically. It's a lot. You compare it to a lot of like Kansas or Nebraska, South Dakota, like in size. Like it's a very similar in size to like one of these where it's a pretty big chunk of land. Michigan too. Michigan's another big one, similar in size, fairly large. I think it's a little smaller, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure actually it is a little, but it could be it could be because Michigan actually has. Isn't this part of? Or no, that's Wisconsin, right? No, it is. That's part of Michigan, I think. It doesn't say. I think it is. So that's why I think that actually. That's why I was thinking that. Because there's you see this, but I know there's another part. That's the Canadian border, so yeah, I think it is Michigan Islands. I don't know. I think it is though. Anyway, I can just look it up. Yeah, it's gonna go. That's gonna cover the state. I see no reason why all of this isn't gonna eventually just build into something that looks similar to this. Similar. It's probably gonna look more like this. It won't be that big, but it's definitely building. And this is building 2. That's why I say that. So I think it'll be very similar to, something like that or something like that. Right, sort of in the middle state there. So Pittsburgh's the first. This is gonna run right into Pittsburgh here. All this. So we see all this coming here through Akron, Ohio. And then all that's just gonna build and build and build from this and this down here. And it's gonna hit Pittsburgh. Couple hours though. 2-3 hours, I think. 2-3 hours we'll have an answer, I think. I don't know that it'll actually hit then, but we'll probably have more of an answer in 2-3 hours. We'll see. Because this isn't going to hit Pittsburgh, I don't think. It sort of is moving that way. I think it's moving more towards State College area. Altoona State College. It should be raining here right now. It should be raining. I think it is actually. That's that is that is right overhead. But it's just green. So Dover's getting a little bit of a break here, but again, this is all going to cover the state here soon. So all right, let's take a look. Oh, wow, look at this storm building. That's even progressed from earlier. Look at this little piece here. Like sticking out. That is just gaining. So like look at all this feeding into this. And all this is coming down through here and feeding into that still. That's nuts. Look at that. Look, it's just going right into that. Wow. This is going right into there. Right there. Yeah. Here and here. Just this whole section going right into that. Wow. And then we have this other thing going on over here. What the heck? What is that? I feel like this is another separate system getting pushed from all this down here. And that could even form another separate system that starts over here. It could. Or it could just be one big thing that has yet to... One really massive thing. It could be. It could very well turn into a really, really... And I think it will. I think it will. I think that's what we're looking at. I think it will. Because I see a little evidence. I see a little evidence of this being pushed. While it is being pushed down this way, there's still rotation. So I think it's possible that that is just part of that storm. That is nuts that that is that big. That golf is crazy like that, though. It does do that. We've known that. We've known that to happen. Does do that. So some of these are dying down here in Cuba. If you remember these storms from earlier, some of these are finally dying down here in Cuba. We don't have as much going on. Well, that is crazy. Oh my god. This this could be a storm system. Look at all right, so I just figured this how this wind is working. Look at this. This wind, while this is working here, it's helping to, I think, almost push this, and this is being fueled up here, and the wind is going like this, where it's coming up this way and coming straight down here, and these jet streams, that's how they work. It's coming straight down here and pushing all this way and then continuing to fuel that, and then that circles around too. And that's when you start seeing these really, really big, massive storms, tornadoes, and all this stuff all across the country. When you get these jet streams of winds doing that. And I'm looking at that across the country right now. It is literally that. This is doing this, where it's pushing this jet stream this way. Then this jet stream comes up and gets pushed right down this way and fuels that. And then the cycle repeats itself. Bam. That is nuts. It's going right down into here into that. So it's this, pushes this, pushes this, pushes that. Holy cow. When you see it, it's like, oh man, no wonder we're no wonder when you see it. It's the infinity symbol. It's the infinity symbol. It's a like turn an 8 on its side. That's the shape. That's why there's so many storms forming just randomly. That's why. That's why. Like it's just so random, and that's why. Look, you even see it. Look at all that. See? You see remnants of it. All this through the middle here. You see it? See that? It's there. It's there. Yeah. See? There's even a little bit here coming from that. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. There's even a little bit over here. So, and then you even see it up here where it's there too, where it's coming down through here and fueling that. And then this is fueling this. Almost nuts. All this. Yeah, you can really see it taking that shape. And all because we have this sort of corkscrew, you know, like if you think about this as like a giant tornado system almost in the ocean. Not like really a tornado, but like, like a hurricane is essentially a very a cyclone, of storms, and so this this circular force, this monstrous circular force. If you think about that as almost centrifugal, essentially those forces are just causing all of that, circular motion across the country, where again it fuels this, and then that wind pushes this way, so then that puts it up that way. You get what I'm saying? And then this winds that come down here pushing this down this way, the jet stream continues, and then now, because that's still there and it's circulating, now you have all that wind pushing up there, creating these storms in Florida, which is why they're coming up here fueling this. And then so then that comes up here, fuels this. As these jet streams come down here, it fuels that, pushes it this way, and then continues that low pressure up here and cycles it right back down into this. Right back. That's where you see them coming up through here. It just circles right back down. And then that jet stream that's still coming this way continues to push it. So that stays there and that stays there. And then this is fueling it, basically. That's nuts. You see it though. I see it. You can really, really see it on this one. Let's go up and check on Alaska, but you can really, really see it on this one. So what are we looking at here for Anchorage? This is heading right into Anchorage, and it looks like it's built strength since we looked at it last. I think it has. And then look at this down here. Look at this down here gaining strength as well. Yeah. Here you go, guys. There's another Gulf of America right there. It's right there. There's another one. But, he had to change the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, it is literally, there's not even, I mean, British Columbia, but it's not even the Gulf at that point. It's the Pacific at that point. This is the Gulf. So, like, he didn't need to, obviously we have several. Yeah. That is gonna hit, man. That is gonna hit Anchorage pretty good. All right, let's take a look at Washington. What do we got going on? So it looks like these storms are finally heading into the Columbia and Baltimore area. Um, so it's definitely right about this stuff hitting the Columbia, Baltimore area. I was right about that. That's a direct hit there, and it is going north of Washington. And I was right in saying that this is going to build strength, fuel this, and the southern part of this severe storm is going to get more severe, and then the severe part will eventually hit Washington in a little bit. It's just going to take a little bit longer than the than what's hitting Baltimore. So I think probably within the next hour or two, Washington is going to see a lot more severe um, storms. So if we take a look at what it looks like right now, there's where it is right now. Um, as you can see, all these are just heading right toward Baltimore, right north of Washington, and now all this is just coming right into here. And this is just becoming more yellow as it goes, and then we see like remnants of red here and there, like right here. This is getting a little bit red. This is getting a little bit red. All this too is going to be red. So I just think some of these are going to be more severe eventually. If we sort of back it up a little bit, this is the past 10 minutes. So see how that yellow is just getting more severe even in the past 10 minutes. We can sort of see that becoming like a big patch of stuff. And then that's just fueling it. So is this. Okay. So if we head back over to these storms here that were coming into Pennsylvania, um, I think I was pretty much dead on with about an hour or two. Um, the storms that are going to hit Pittsburgh. I still think that about an hour or two. Um, so, you know, subtract about 15 minutes whenever I said that. But I still think that's about right, about an hour or two, um, give or take here and there. And a lot of that, again, I think is just this big thing up here becoming a thing. And then all this fuel, like essentially this fueling this, where this is fuel, like we see this, all this coming in here too, this converging, and this fuels this. So that's what it looks like right now. So it's fair to say, yeah, within the next 2 hours, probably a lot of this is actually going to finally come into Pittsburgh. And by the time that happens, this will be just north of it, and it'll probably converge. They look like they're sort of heading the same direction. And so is this. This is heading down this way too. So all this, God, is going to run into that. Um, all this, okay, is going to sort of run into all this, and it should make a big, sort of like we see here, where this is running into this, and it makes this big sort of big ribbon of systems here. This big front here, this big ribbon of a system. Um, and then that'll hit Pittsburgh and probably go across the state. And then we even see some up here fueling it, some back here fueling it, and again, plenty down here that will continue to come up and across and fuel that as well. If you see all this stuff still sort of moving up that way and across the to the east there, so that's just going to help fuel that. So let's keep an eye on this for now, and I will be right back. Sorry, just give me a few minutes here. I will be back. But we are keeping an eye on this. I'm keeping a close eye on this. This hurricane here. This is again Hurricane Bertha. We're watching here. What's going on? Sorry about the wait there. Thanks for hanging out. So just again watching this hurricane Bertha, and we're calling her Big Bertha because um I think you know, we're looking at a pretty large escalation here. We'll see, but looking pretty big. That is, look at that. That's just gaining, and now that's coming down through. Oh boy. So let's look at this Washington storm. So there's where we are right now. And as you can see, it is exactly as predicted. This southern part of this became more severe and is heading into Washington. And the northern part of this is heading into the Columbia, Baltimore area. And this is just continuing to get fueled by all this here too. So that is pretty nuts. That is pretty nuts. That is a big, big, big system. And I was calling out the fact that we can see an active jet stream right now where because we have this system, it seems because we have this hurricane here and you know it seems like it's because of that. We are getting just, and again, we have a normal jet stream that does this, okay? But because this is here, this is just fueling, we are getting more winds that way and pushing things that way. So, it's definitely helping to fuel and stuff. This, where you see this coming up here too, all that. And then again, I see an active jet stream that just looks like, this whole thing that comes up here, and then the wind shoots down here and then fuels that. This pushes up here, turns this way, and then comes back down through these lakes too. So it really is just this jet stream of wind fueling this thing, and this is only picking up here, as you can see. So, Washington getting hit. Washington getting hit. And Philadelphia is getting a little bit. They're getting a little bit there, but not too much. Again, if we take a look at the storms that are coming down through into Pennsylvania, like I said, we are getting this stuff coming from Erie, the Erie area, that looks like it's heading towards Altoona and State College. And then Pittsburgh, there's some stuff a little bit forming around Pittsburgh, but mainly there's some stuff heading in from the Akron, Cleveland area, heading into, sort of southeast into Pittsburgh there. And then we that's meeting up with the storm front. So that's probably just going to gain strength, as well as all this stuff that's heading into this, and all this stuff coming up into this is probably going to again lead into yet another sort of ribbon of a storm front here in the the eastern coast of the U.S. in PA, mostly in PA, but we also see part of this heading up into New York as well, coming from the Michigan area over the Great Lakes. So we're just getting a lot of that, you know, motion from this, where this is coming down through in that Great Lakes and pushing that and fueling that there. So that's what we're getting there. And again, I think within the next hour, we will have more of an answer as to whether or not this is actually going to hit Pittsburgh. I don't know that it'll hit that within the next hour, but we'll definitely be able to see if it's gonna be anything that actually hits that or not, or if it's gonna sort of form um, after that point. But I don't think it will. I think it'll hit it. You can, because you can get this sort of thing where it kind of goes past it. You know, it doesn't really form yet, and then once it goes past it, then it sort of starts picking up right there, because there is a little bit of a break there. But I think, you know, all this, I think it's obvious that we're going to see something here in Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's just heading right there, and so is this, and then this is heading this way too. So it's just a ribbon. So because this here is sort of more heading that way, that's why I think, you know, the direction it's going to eventually take is right there. So if we look at the current situation in Columbia and Baltimore, again, these systems are heading into that. We don't see as much red, but that's for the time being. Again, it's still pretty significant up here, I think. But we'll see what this does. And then if you see, like I said, this is getting more severe down here. So that's just if you see that. So we'll see what happens. CPMs are 16 right now. CPM 16. Boy, that is definitely a hurricane. Boy, look at that. Yeah, and we still have lots more storms already heading through Florida toward the middle. So that's just pushing more this way toward Tallahassee too. So they're going to see some thunderstorms, I think, too, probably soon. But I'm not sure. It just looks like it's building. Um, and then all this is just fueling it. Look at that. It is moving back out, isn't it? Oh boy. I think it's moving back out. Oh boy. That's crazy. It's pushing down. Oh man. Huh. We'll have to see where that eventually ends up hitting then. The new course might be what I said, where it's like a southern Florida thing. You get what I'm saying? Where it pushes it more down that way. Because it was originally this, it was a pretty straight, obvious course this way. But as soon as it started getting a lot closer to the land, obviously, we're gonna see that wind, and stuff like that. And so, it is gonna do that. These winds are gonna come this way, blah blah blah. So it is gonna do that, but again, I just can't I can't believe it's almost like it sort of stopped dead and it's just going down now. Doesn't it kind of look like that? Like it literally just stopped dead and it's just kind of going down. It literally looks like it's moving back this way. That's not good. It's not good. If it hits land, like if it would have hit land when it was when I was saying, "Oh man, maybe it'll just hit," nothing. Very very low grade hurricane. If it does this, not good. That thing is gonna be huge. Yeah, it just gains, like, see this? That's the point. It's just gonna be massive. Like, look at this. That's gonna hit it too. Yeah, this is dragging it down. Because this is moving this way. So it's dragging it down. Oh man. I think this is gonna pull out this way. Now again, it's still gonna hit Florida, but it's gonna pull out this way a little bit, continue its rotation, and then that's gonna come up through here. When it hits. It could very well go straight through here and then come up the very, very rare though. I think it's just gonna come right up through South Florida. We'll see. I don't know. There might be new projections to look at too. The initial projection when I initially got on here, again, it had come from this path. So, essentially if it just keeps moving and nothing moves it back, just go straight across. And very reasonable possibility. However, um, as we were talking about this ridiculous jet stream and all this stuff going on, it did exactly what I said I was concerned it may do, and it has now started to move back out and push down, which again would be more Tampa, Orlando, and possibly Miami, but depends on how big it is. But it could do this too. It could push down, and then something else comes this way and pushes it, and then because of that, it actually kind of comes back up this way. It could. It very well could do that hook like didn't Katrina do that? So, oh boy. Oh boy. So let's go up here and look up here for a little bit. Washington's getting hit, and like I said earlier, we still have these severe storms now finally hitting Columbia, Baltimore area. But this stuff just in Washington, south of that, is building, and it is rearing its head, and it is gaining strength here. If we just go to skip to now, look at all this stuff here fueling this. And that's in Washington right now. So yeah, that exactly what we talked about. This is heading Washington. So that's right now. Man, look at all this now. Jeez. Oh, that stuff in Columbus is finally hitting Columbus. Look at that. And that's heading that way too. So let's go up to the storm system here in Pennsylvania we were talking about that's sort of forming this ribbon. And those storms are doing exactly what I said in like Akron, Ohio here, where they're forming up with this system. It is doing exactly as I predicted, and then we are even seeing here in Pittsburgh exactly what I thought would happen. If we just sort of kind of go ahead here, we are actually seeing some isolated storms show up because of all this stuff moving in. So exactly what I thought would happen, where in about an hour we would see a definitive answer on whether this is going to hit Pittsburgh. It could all still not develop and just barely miss it, but I highly doubt that. It's probably about a 90 to 95% chance that they are going to get smacked with whatever this is. That's what I'd probably say at this point, maybe closer to 80 to 85%. But that's still pretty definitive. I think with the correct instrumentation, I would say 95% chance. More than likely, if I had it. Because the instrumentation would tell me. I think it's going to, though. I think this is just gonna again form a ribbon here and fill up. This gap is just gonna fill in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. So let's look what do we got going on over here. All this stuff again is sort of pushing up this way into Boston and up into Vermont and Maine, New Hampshire. So we're looking at something going on here. In Maine, like a lot of this stuff is heading up towards Maine. I'm not sure that's going to come back in though. But look at all this heading out to the ocean. That's not good. We'll have to see about that. Let's go over here and take a look back over here again. Not a lot going on. Like it's very spread out. Not too severe. There's just mainly a couple areas, and we talked about this one already. Mhm. Yeah, so that remains pretty severe, but that's nothing. This is all pretty broken up. Let's look over here at Alaska where that big storm was gaining strength. Yep. Yep, it's looking even more so than earlier. So this is right now. It does. It looks like it's just a larger system. And it's there's all this stuff coming in here. Boy, that is going that way. That's not even going this way. That is going that way. Wow. Yeah. That's that's hitting land. That ain't going back out, I don't think. I think that's just gonna hit the land. um this one, man, this one is heading back out, I think. It's like sitting there. It's like sitting there. There's so much downward and backward, like from this reforming with it, that it's like sort of just sitting there, I think. Because this was pushing it this way, like pulling it down this way, remember? But now, because it was already moving this way, it had good strength this way, this pulled it down this way, and this pushed it this way. It's sort of like very kind of unsure. And that's when a storm really gains strength. Because you get all these winds converging and just moving all different directions. It's just gonna go like this. In that gulf like that. So we still have these storms setting up towards Tallahassee. All that crap hit Orlando just now. And is still hitting Orlando. Looks like there's some stuff heading into Miami, maybe. Oh. I think I found the island I was looking for previously. Anyway. I think all this may be heading toward Miami. Boy, that system in Cuba, that thing is crazy. Remember we were talking about that earlier too. That thing is relentless. It's still there. That was that original one I mentioned. Like the other one's cleared up and that one's just there. That's nuts. So let's go back up here and take a look. What's Washington look like? Oh man. Oh man. Is it safe to come out now? No, just hide. Just shut up. Just hide. Just shh. It's not safe. Just hide. Is it safe yet? Shh. You got a Diet Coke? Shh. Look at this. Maryland's like covered storms. It's like a small strip right here. It's not. Like right there. Delaware is covered in storms again. And Dover is about to get hit by all this, I think. So I think it's about to be a little more severe in Dover, Delaware. Because we have all this heading up here from the Washington area and Annapolis, heading up northeast into Dover. So that's like sort of right now. You have some of this forming here, some of this here, and this is heading up this way. So as you can see there, with this heading up this way, as you can see, if we back up, this is the last 10 minutes. So all this is just like right there in Dover. Probably within the next half an hour, 20 minutes, you're going to see, you know, some pretty steady rain would be my guess, and perhaps some thunderstorms. If you're not already.
Guess shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact, flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses as well as other drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that may experience flash flooding include Middletown, Smyrna, Clayton, Delaware City, Mount Pleasant, Green Spring, Port Penn, St. George's, Delaney Corner, Bear, Glasgow, and Townsend. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. The following is a tornado
Did he
watch
just say
announcement
don't
from the
drown?
National Weather Service. Tornado watch number 507 has been allowed to expire for the following county: Newcastle, Delaware. Repeating, the tornado watch number 507 has been allowed to expire for the following county: Newcastle, Delaware. Here is the regional weather forecast. For southeast Pennsylvania and vicinity, flood watch in effect until 2 a.m. Wednesday. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Showers and thunderstorms likely, mainly this evening. Some thunderstorms may produce damaging winds, large hail, heavy rainfall, and tornadoes. Then some thunderstorms may produce heavy rainfall after midnight.
So it does mention maybe
Locally, heavy
tornadoes.
rainfall possible this evening. Near steady temperature in the lower 70s. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Wednesday, mostly sunny. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Humid with highs in the lower 80s. West winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Chance of rain 20%. Wednesday night, mostly clear. Lows in the lower 60s. to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. North winds around 5 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear. Lows in the upper 50s. North winds around 5 miles per hour in the evening, becoming light and variable. Friday, sunny. Highs in the lower 80s. Friday night, partly cloudy. Lows around 60. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs around 80. Saturday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Sunday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 80s. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers.
Oh,
Lows in the mid-60s.
40%.
Monday, mostly sunny.
Oh.
A chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Hot with highs in the mid-80s. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, a chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Partly cloudy with a chance of showers. Lows in the mid-60s.
Oh, snap. Did
Rain
you see
50%.
that?
Tuesday.
Okay, let's look at this. This is just updating now. Look at this. Hold on. Look at that. Look at that. Remember how I said I thought it was going to get more severe? Yeah, there there it is. There it is. Wow. There it is, guys. There's the more severe. So all that's about to hit Dover. Like I said, you got about 20 minutes till it gets more severe, I think. 20 minutes, half hour. It's probably about right. And probably about an hour for it to get even more severe than that. Because all this is heading that way. So I don't think it's gonna stop. I think that it's fair to say there's all of this. So that was a very big storm system. And it's just heading out into the ocean. So that's gaining strength right there. Look at that. Man, that could very well hit Boston, depending on what it does. I'm not really sure. So let's talk a little bit about this. We have all of this stuff heading towards Pittsburgh now. Like I said previously, all this stuff that's heading towards Altoona State College. So I think we got about another half an hour from when I said, probably, right? Probably about that. Maybe more like 40, 45 minutes from when I said to still definitively call this for that Pittsburgh's going to get hit, because it's still, like I said, there's that possibility where there's a break in those storms where it does not actually form that ribbon. But I think it's going to. I think it's very possible that it will. And that's why I said, depending on the instrumentation, if I had proper instrumentation, I would call that, sort of like it said, 40 something. That is very odd. Normally you don't say something that low. But, um, I guess. When you got all that instrumentation, you can get lower percentages. I think, again, like I've said, the further out you go from, like, it really, calling weather any more than 2 days from now becomes very unpredictable because of the harsh, you know, uh, climate crisis, like all the different factors into just the fact that it's really, really hot in the planet right now. We are in a heat wave and like stuff like that, like just various things and stuff like that, are absolutely going to factor into things not being sort of the normal, more temperate predictable weather. So it just becomes a little more erratic, more severe, and unpredictable, where it narrows the scope of being able to say further out that you can predict. We used to be able to do it, yeah, almost about a week. We could be pretty accurate, give or take a little bit of mistakes here and there, but that was actually a lot more common to get it. I remember, you know, 4 to 5 days out, when it was a more temperate climate versus just really hot and pressure and things changing. So that definitely factors into it. And so you can't really it's really a lot harder to be accurate anymore than so that's probably why they're calling that 40%, where it's like, 40%, because I mean, like, who can really say 5 days from now? I mean, they'll call for it to be this temperature, and it'll they'll be like, oh, it's gonna be 100 degrees, and it'll just be like 70 randomly. So who knows? But that has a lot to do with that. Um, how controlled is the environment? Yeah, essentially, where it's not severe temperatures, it's temperate. And with heat, you have to understand, with heat, with heat you get pressure. Heat is pressure. So the more of it that you have, the more pressure that you get. So it was 5, and then I refreshed it. Boy, they are really messing around with that when I talk science. Boy, I wonder who's running misinformation on science in their country. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I think, I think, oh, wait. So, like, how I'm educating people? And they're like, no, oh, man, how dare you say something smart? Boy, that is heading right to Dover. Yeah, there's still a little something going on here that I'm keeping an eye on, that makes me think, you know what I'm saying? So now they waited again. If you notice, the spamming of the emojis stopped when I said that, and now they're slowly removing those likes. Again, they have engineered to be able to just take off of the stream. So again, it was at 13 likes, and they're just playing around with those now. Now it's at 11. Now we're just playing around with those likes, where that scammer sits here and has a way of scamming that to say whatever essentially he wants it to say. So if it's set 13, you can just make it say whatever the hell he wants. I've seen it instantly be 560 something. Instantly. When there's not even that many people in the stream. I've seen that happen. And then he just halts the progress bit rate shifts around all over the place and uploads like a video of mine that he stole, and it gains all this trending and shit because I'm actually trending, not him. So, that's what's going on there. Just, yeah. As you know, we've been talking about it. So that's what's going on there. That's it. It's at 10 likes now, as you can see. When I said that, sort of stopped kind of removing them in mass quantity. So again, it was at 13, and when I said the thing about educating you, oh, we say something smart. We're educating people. We say something smart, and then so like again, they don't like that obviously because they want you to be a bunch of idiots, so that you vote for Trump. But again, the whole point is that right when I said that, the emojis stopped on the started depleting, like we see, the social engineering, the manipulation. Actually, I better go document what I see here. I'll be back. Sorry. So that is like right there in Dover at this point. And it's right there. There's Dover. There's that. And then there's that. So that is heading right at it. Um, some storm systems down here too a little bit. So that looks like it's dying down a little bit in Orlando, but then we have all this forming down here, so maybe not. Because, I mean, that's just off of this, you know what I mean? Lingering off of that and the various things that form down here. So that is still there. Who knows what the heck this thing's gonna do, but that is building strength. It is. Look, this was just this green spot before. It was just this. If I zoom in, it was literally just that. Now we see this forming, and then this joined in, and all this in between. Now this over here, this is kind of looping back into it. This is coming down, like I said. Oh, it's getting bigger. This is coming down. It's getting bigger. Like, holy cow. You know, like, that ain't like, and that's kind of what I was thinking initially, because that ain't nothing. That's not even in the size, you know, the one we see over in Alaska, you know. So it's got time to gain strength, and I think it's possible again that it's going to go down a little bit, and that'll change the trajectory. But we'll see. It's possible that it'll still come right up here again. It is possible. But I think that it is also possible it could change the trajectory. We could see the hook happen, you know, where it's a New Orleans hit, or again it can go here. It's hard to say again without my without seeing the winds of where they're going to go for the next couple of days, I think. Yeah, look at that, just feeding. Look at this. So Myrtle Beach might get hit at some point. I'm not sure what this is gonna do. It might hit Charleston, but I don't know. It's sort of almost going that way. Lagrange. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Blah. Blah. This is nuts. That rotation, like, is just nuts. To see all that, you know what I mean? I just can't believe how much is actually forming here. Wonder how windy it is in like Corpus Christi. Or like one of, just again like one of these coastline cities. You know what I mean? I just feel like it would be, but maybe it's not. Every time I looked it up, it's like, nope, it ain't windy here. It ain't windy here. I'm like, how is it not? Wow. Even in just the past 10 minutes, the development's nuts. This thing is huge. This thing is huge. This thing is huge. I don't know. I think it is Big Bertha. I do. I don't know, man. I don't know about this one. This one is it might very well be pretty wicked. So I think we're looking at like sort of what's forming into the eye, the main eye of the storm, where we see this severe stuff like converging into here, which will eventually envelop into the center. You know, eventually that's just gonna rotate into the center, and um, I that's insane. Like, you know, again, you do see that here too, where it's just this trail forming. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's feeding the middle of that thing. So, you know, this wildlife refuge. Empire. Texas still got a whole lot of nothing going on, except in Juarez. Whereas, like, a little bit of going on there, but not much. A lot of nothing going on in Texas still. Um, so that's our current sitch right there. So Pensacola is getting some storms now finally, and looks like Tallahassee is finally about to see a little bit, maybe. Um, but that is a big storm forming. Wow. 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 Was 5, then I refreshed. But wow. So Um, wow. Yep, there it is. Hit and wash. There it is, hit and wash. And just like literally just now hitting dove. Just now hitting dove. And all this over here about to move into dove as well. Dover, Delaware. So even just the past 10 minutes, that's what we're looking at, right like that. All right, so as far as these storms in Pennsylvania, it did break up. It did. It did. Which sometimes happens in Pennsylvania because we have so many trees, and there is like literally the Appalachians do come down through here. So, as soon as it's hitting all those trees and mountains and stuff, it slows down quite a bit. Like you're not getting high winds through that. That's really slowing it down and stopping those storms. Um, so that's a lot of that going right through that forest, losing a lot of that strength. Um, that's why a lot of this is coming from straight from the Akron sort of Cleveland area, but more the Youngstown area here, where again there's a lot less of that going on. It's winds coming down from this way from the Cleveland area, so that's kind of the point. And then same thing here, where there's a lot less of that forest. It's all mainly over Columbus, and all that. And so that's why it's sort of kind of, and that's what I thought may happen. So that's why I said I wasn't sure, but I still think there's a chance. Like I said, I would have still called it about 80-85% because we still have all this heading that way. So I still think Pittsburgh still has some storms coming. It's just, um, again, like I said, we're still getting to that point where I can't call it yet, probably for another half an hour to say definitively that this is not all going to go down this way and this isn't going to dissipate. It's really hard to say. But I'd still call it about 80-85% probably for at least scattered showers. Possible thunderstorms, scattered showers, isolated showers, that sort of thing. All right, so let's zoom out and take a look. Wow. So yeah, the weird rotation that I was looking at sort of stopped. It's not doing that anymore, and it's just more of a normal direction now. But that was kind of funny how it was doing that. And that happens. And then that's when you will get more of that, and we did. That's the point. That's just building. It's still working. Oh, there's something going on here over in sort of Denver-ish. Fort Collins. Fort Collins getting hit. However the fuck you say that, that's getting hit. Boulder. Boulder. That's for sure. But going over the Fort Collins area too. Notice how we had the capped concurrence, you know, like earlier when I mentioned that the spamming stopped when it stopped, we lost the they started removing the likes and stuff. So again, they've started removing concurrence and viewerships too. So as people are coming in and out, now again it just does 3 consistently, because as people come in and out, the scammer is sitting here very carefully siphoning your data out of my stream. So again, just sitting at 3 concurrence is a blatant obvious lie. You know, again, the concurrence shouldn't, on a YouTube stream, generally speaking, ever really look like that. You know, I mean, there's trending, there's people in and out of here all the time. So just sitting at 3, obviously, after that happens, where you can see the nonsense, the inconsistency of somebody literally removing, you know, essentially real things to that are tools to trend the stream and promote the channel. Like again, if somebody actually liked the stream and they removed it, like we have seen before, multiple likes becoming removed all at the same time, and then the concurrence getting locked at a very specific number after that. You know, again, that's right in line with what we've talked about, where we're having a relaxing, you know, stream or something like that people enjoy watching, or you know, like whatever, where they're here enjoying the stream instead of it be me shouting or complaining or raging about something. Again, then we have like 25, 26, 27 people at any given time, like you saw the other day. That's when they're promoting it. But as we are here talking about a really very serious thing that affects many people, and it is a positive stream where we're being positive and no nonsense and stuff like that. You can see how again they don't, you know, they sit here and lie about it. They don't keep it. You know, they literally just, again, there are those amount of people in here. It's the same amount of people. So that's again, that's what we normally get, is stuff like that. But again, they'll only show that at those times because they want to manipulate you into believing and tricking the algorithm into getting, you know, again, those who watch toxic streams and stuff like that in here versus, you know, the people that would watch, you know, educational ones or just informational, that sort of thing. Which is very obviously what I do. It's always what I've done. From martial arts to games to anything I do, it's pretty much just to help or you know, and teach something that I know about, or, you know, like something like that, you know, where I know about this thing, I'm talking about it. And they want to disrupt that. Because again, that's education. Making people smarter, so. Yeah, I mean, even the last little bit, you can see these forming here. See that? So while that disappeared and cleared up, we still have a little bit of this forming here. So it's hard to say still, but I think I was right on par with when we can call that. Probably another 15, 20 minutes, I can probably definitively say. It is so hard to say at this point, but I still think I would have guessed scattered showers and stuff like that, which already sort of happened, so it would have been accurate. Um, yeah, we'll see. We'll see about anything real big hitting that, but I don't think it will. But we got all this, like I said, going through Washington still, and finally hitting Dover. Oh, there it is. There. That's what it is right now in the Baltimore, Washington, and Delaware too area. So let's look at this. Wow. Yeah, we still got that. We still got lots of rotation for that building there. All right, let's head up toward. Let's check out Alaska. Oh, Anchorage is getting hit. Look at that. Anchorage has gotten hit by this thing. That's a pretty big storm. It's a pretty big storm. All right, I'm gonna. Oh wow, look at Nashville. Holy cow! Look at Nashville. Look at this. Look at Murfreesboro about to get hit. Jeez, that's nuts. Look at that storm system. Clarksville, Nashville, Lebanon, and again about to hit Murfreesboro and Cookville. Wow, wow. So I'm gonna put this on here, and we're gonna take a look more at this, but I gotta be right back. All right. That thing is pretty crazy looking. So let me just look at something here. Oh shit. They're actually confirming that there's going to be a hook and it's going to go back the other way. I was right about that. It's going to apparently Noah is reporting it's going to hit. See, I didn't know this until now. It's going to hit New Orleans and it's going to go right back into Texas. So what this is saying is that it's going to hook back this way, which is why it's at a dead stop now, and it actually already is. Look, it's already moving back this way. So I think they're right because there's still going to be some winds that push it back up too. So I think they're right. I think it's going to hit New Orleans and it's actually going to go back this way into Texas. Um, Houston, all that. Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge is Louisiana, but again, once it hits Texas, that Houston being right there. Um, I mean, Austin's pretty, middle of the state there. Um, that's well off the coast, so it'll slow down quite a bit before it hits that. But they're not going to get probably real damaging winds there in Austin. Houston may, because it's right on the coast, maybe, but it still sits in. It still sits. It does. It still sits in a little bit. So, but New Orleans definitely gonna get hit. Definitely gonna get hit. Yeah. It says by Friday at 7 a.m. it should be hitting Houston. That's what it says. It says as of right now by Friday at around 7 a.m. it's gonna hit the Houston area. Now, I think it's gonna hit Beaumont. I think Beaumont is what it's gonna be a dead hit to Beaumont. If Noah is correct, and they usually are, obviously. I think it's gonna hit Beaumont dead center and barely hit Houston. So it's gonna hit dead center here. So as you can see, you have Beaumont like right here in the path of this as it comes back through here. So as this hits dead center in Beaumont, the sort of the edge of it hits Houston. So it is still going to hit Houston. It's just going to be the edge of it, and then it's going to go right up through here. So Austin will get some storms, maybe. you know, it ain't gonna maybe some rain. New Orleans is getting hit directly hit. That is what's getting hit. New Orleans. Baton Rouge and Lafayette. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette are getting hit. So, right there, these three. New Orleans, and then it's gonna be like a direct hit in Baton Rouge and Lafayette, but it'll hit New Orleans too, and it's gonna come like the eye of it. I think is coming right up here, just under New Orleans. So whatever this Morgan City, I guess, and then Beaumont. Okay. So that's the projection Noah gives. And I think it's accurate, but we'll see. I do. I think that's very accurate. Looking at this rotation here. Look at that. Crazy storm, crazy. Yeah. So these we do have a little bit of a storm thing sort of heading towards Pittsburgh here, but it's not that big. Sort of like I talked about. So yeah, I mean, I do still think there's some storms obviously heading into Pittsburgh here, some showers. Um, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Um, so not the big ribbon of a system I thought it was going to be. Um, Sort of what actually kind of normally happens. That's a pretty regular thing to see, actually, in that part of the state. Sort of splits it up. Some extra special, stupid, retarded Trump voters messing around with the like button right now. That's a extra specially stupid Trump voter messing around with the like button. Somebody that lives right around this area. Right around that area. Messing around with that like button. That's that's uh that's where that person's from. A dumb person. Messing around with that like button. And then, one of them lives right around here. Right around there. I'm sorry, one of them lives right around there. That's where that scammer's from. Right around there. Right around there somewhere. Right around there somewhere. Oh look! Oh look! Oh look! Right where the scammer is from, there's a Lancaster. Oh! Oh, imagine that. Just like there's a Lancaster all over the place in this country. Conveniently, right where the scammer is. Oh, look at that. Imagine that. Yeah. Imagine. You know what else? There's a Lancaster, right? Oh, that's right. Sifu lives in Lancaster County, doesn't he? Uh-huh. Yes, sirree, I do. Yes, sirree, Bob, I do. Lancaster County. That's the county. It's not the town I live in. There it is, though. That's the county. Lancaster is very much a city, like I told you. It's very much a city. So that's why we call it Lancaster, and it is the county. Okay? That is the county. So imagine that. Imagine that. That is central PA, by the way. Lancaster, Harrisburg area. It literally is. So. That's where we are. And again, you got the New Holland. You get. Oh, where's Ephrata? Remember Ephrata? Oh, Ephrata comes up a lot. Oh, that's right. Oh, look at that. There it is. There. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Oh my god. And wouldn't you know it, right up here in Buffalo, New York, we also have a Lancaster. Oh, and it's also a city. Oh, but it's not actually that city. That's Buffalo. It's just part of Buffalo. So, taking advantage of the fact that it's also part of a city, which I also think there's a Lancaster out here somewhere. Don't know exactly where it is. I thought it was sort of more central up here. But maybe not. Because LA is more Southern California. It's not central. Like, not that there's a central really, but I would think it's more San Francisco, Sacramento area because those are the big airports. But I mean LA too, I guess. Obviously, LA is huge. Yeah, it is in LA. So I was right. Right there it is. Yeah, I thought it was like, so I guess that's more central. San Diego, LA, um and then you got Bakersfield up here too, but that's sort of like way up there. Yeah, I guess that having all that makes sense. Because Vegas is down there too, so you probably would call that more central. It would make sense to do that. That. Um, but yeah. Anyway, we're just talking about Lancaster, and again, it's just all over the place. It's not just. It's not just here. I saw Black Label Society in many different places. I saw them here. I saw them here at a place called the Ram's Head. I saw them. I saw Seven Dust there too. I saw them here, right in Manhattan. Right in Manhattan, at a place called the Hammerstein Ballroom. And I saw them in Ozfest in Camden, which I don't exactly off the top of my head know, but it's right across the bridge from Philly, so it should be around here. I don't. Yeah, there it is. That was where Ozfest was. That I saw it anyway. It was in Camden. So I saw them there. And I've seen them in Philly at no, not Philly. Yeah, Philly. What venue was that? I don't remember the name of the venue. It was in Philly the night before the Eagles were at the Super Bowl. And I'm pretty sure yeah, like it was insane. It was insane that night. It was insane. Um and that was when I saw them in Philly. I saw them at the Reverb in Reading too. This is Reading. I've seen them a lot of different places because I've seen them so many times. Um, but I don't think I've ever been back to the same venue. I've seen him in Reading two different times at the Sovereign Center when it was called the Sovereign Center, and I saw him at Reverb later on. And Sovereign Center, that was they weren't the headliner. That was actually Static X, Black Label Society, and Mudvayne was the headliner. In that order, it was Static X first, Black Label Society, then Mudvayne. And it was Wayne Static X. Fortunately, I love the guy from Dope though, the lead singer from Dope. He's awesome. I don't think we technically know that it's him, right? It's him, guys. It's him. It's the guy from Dope, the lead singer from Dope. He's the singer for Static X now. It's him. It's no question. That guy's amazing. I just don't think he wants that. I think he wants you to feel Wayne Static, you know, and to wanna create that, you know, illusion. But it's him. Dope's a good band though. Really, really, really excellent. They have cool covers. They do good covers. But I mean, I like their original songs too. It's just usually like dark stuff, so if I talk about it on here, YouTube's gonna rah rah rah. You know, you can find it on YouTube. Why are we removing likes? Playing around with the like button right when I mention a band. Playing around with the concurrence likes. Why are we doing that? I saw Ozzy at Ozfest too. It was the Ozfest I went to was 06. It was when Ozzy was still doing it, obviously, and had Zach playing guitar still. So Zach was doing double duty as Black Label Society and Ozzy. But you know, the main stage, you know, there was a lot of awesome headliners for that. Dragon Force was there too. That was so cool. That was awesome. I remember Lacuna Coil though being really cool. I liked them. Disturbed was there. I saw Disturbed. And Ozzy, amazing, amazing. But you know, System of a Down, I had never seen them any time except that. They performed like 23 songs. It was freaking awesome. Yeah, they did like 23 songs. I feel like I lost count, but they did so many. And their set ran really long, and I kind of liked that. I liked System of a Down, and they played right before Ozzy, I believe, and Ozzy was, of course, the best, and I'll never forget it. It was amazing. You know, we were way back. We were on the lawn. We weren't in the seats, but you know, it was still really awesome. You very much early 2000s Ozfest vibe. That whole very much that whole Woodstock feel where it just still felt very old school, you know. Everybody's just there to have a good time. Nobody's being toxic or anything. Like literally, just everybody was having fun. Everybody was nice. People were laying on the lawn on towels, you know, talking. Just it was awesome. It was awesome. Everybody was so nice. There was not a single person. I don't remember ever having issues with like way back, you know, with stuff like that. Ever seeing anybody toxic and stuff like that, you know, just really nice people, and everybody Everybody just like couldn't wait until Ozzy, as it got further and further later at night, more toward that time slot, more people were just filling in the lawn, and just it just got so full. So many people just filled, because everybody was spread out throughout the day. Not everybody's going to want to necessarily, because you could walk around and it's a festival. There's other things to do. There was a place you could get food and drinks and stuff. Like, it was indoors, part of it. So it was really nice. And so obviously the main lawn area got really filled up toward the end of the night, and it was just really, really fun. And yes, like, you want to know what one of the best songs to see him, like, again, I just think probably the best one that I actually visually saw. I think probably the best one was Bark at the Moon. It was so cool to see that live. Um, and just to be able to see Ozzy perform live is amazing. That was awesome. I only got to see him once. But I watched that live at Budokan like 80 million times. I like the live at Budokan. I like Live and Loud too. That was early 90s. That was the No More Tears tour, No More Tours tour. Original No More Tours tour. But I liked the live at Budokan too, because we had an awesome band for that. That was still Zach Wild and Mike Borden on drums, and Rob Trujillo, who's now with Metallica. He was playing bass at the time with Ozzy, and just Ozzy always just knew how to put a band together, man. He knew what he wanted. He knew the sound that he needed and wanted, and it was always top notch and amazing. Better be right back. Sorry. Okay. So we're just keeping an eye on this, but this is going to take several days to form before it starts going back this way. Like I said, the NOAA prediction says um it's going to hit land, probably the New Orleans area, by 7 p.m. Wednesday. So that is tomorrow. That is tomorrow, but it won't actually be in the we talked about whether it's going to hit Beaumont or not. It won't hit that until Friday, and it's going to really be slowed down by then. Um but again, it's just a prediction. There is no actual. So I'm sorry, there is a warning. New Orleans will get hit. New Orleans has a tropical storm, definitive tropical storm warning, and so does Pensacola and all that. So Pensacola and New Orleans have an official tropical storm warning, I believe. And Mobile, whatever you want to call that, in fucking Alabama, however they pronounce that down in in Alabama. That has an official tropical storm warning as well. Um, yeah, but the rest of it is just potential tracking area. So, like, for example, while it says that it's thinking it's going to go up this way, it could very well, it's guaranteed. It's saying tropical storm warning, so that's essentially here and all that. So we know this is getting hit at least with a tropical storm, and so is this by tomorrow at 7 p.m. However, we still don't know for sure that it's going to go hit into this. That is just the possible path that it would follow. It's also possible that it goes down here, follows the coast, and gains strength and doesn't hit land until down there, but most likely not. Most likely not. Just seeing all this forming here too, and I think most likely it is going to do exactly what they're predicting. And it seems like a pretty accurate path for this. I just thought that prediction was this trajectory. That's what I thought. And then even I said, as I watched this, that could shift down, but or have a hook, like I explained going back to New Orleans. And sure enough, I looked it up later on, more recently in the stream here, and we found out, yeah, they are calling for that hook, and it is definitively stopped and moving back this way, and again by tomorrow around 7 p.m. New Orleans and again the coast here of Alabama has a tropical storm warning, not a watch, a warning for tomorrow at 7 p.m. So, you know, that's not a that's not quite a hurricane warning, but it's close. It's close. And these tropical storms, they can still have some damaging winds and stuff like that. Um, um, After that, again, it's just a projection that they project it will continue on up into Texas here, into Beaumont, Houston area. Again, mainly hitting into Baton Rouge, Lafayette, and Beaumont, and sort of going up this way. And the edge of it kind of hitting Houston is the projection. And by the time it goes through all that and hits Houston anyway, it's not, you know what I mean? It's going to be slowed down quite a bit. Even just hitting New Orleans will slow it down quite a bit. I mean, it's a city, So, once it hits New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Lafayette, all this land, all these cities, yeah, that's gonna severely slow it down. Beaumont, all these, it literally says the Woodlands. Yeah, that's just really gonna slow down that storm if it goes that direction. But again, with these storms, again, the projection is that, because just as we talked about earlier, it can do a couple different things. It could very well hook, and as it does this, it could actually follow the coast and go, sorry, it could actually follow the coast and go down this way. It could technically do that. It could technically, again, as we have this hook where it comes back up here, it could get pushed down by things as it goes this way and then follow the coast, but more than likely it's not going to do that. That's what they're saying essentially. More than likely it's going to just go straight up into the state, and that'll be the end of it. Hopefully. Yeah, because then Texas just gets some rain, which they could obviously use, and you know, no the hurricane doesn't continue gaining strength like it does now. So right now we're still looking at a tropical storm strength system here, but it's sort of turning into, like, I think this is going to be Big Bertha, man. We'll see though. Like it was moving so quick and then it just stopped dead. So just all of that strength of it hooking and being pushed this way. I think that we sometimes can underestimate how much that can really fuel a storm there when that does that, when that just completely changes, almost 180. It's not 180, but it's it's a hook, so it's going back the other way, just not exactly the complete opposite direction or anything. So not quite a 180, 120. Not a 90 degree, obviously, but maybe a 120 or so, Talking about degrees of a turn there. That's your geometry. Those are your geometry lines. I just can't believe sometimes how insane these things start to look as they form. Just how big. Nice. So that's gone through Dover already. And Washington, that's pretty much done in Washington, I think, for the most part. Like, it's starting to trail off, I think, in Washington. All the rest of this is just going to hit Atlantic City and South Delaware here, like the Delaware Bay and stuff. But this whole system's going out to sea. And so this is what I talked about earlier, where when it goes out to sea and doesn't do anything, it gains strength, and that's what's happening. So I'm very interested to see kind of what happens with this whole thing it's like sort of kind of going out to sea and continuing. That's very interesting. But we'll see. I mean, maybe it'll just rain out. But usually they gain strength because there's a lot of wind, and there'll be other systems and stuff that are kind of coming in, sort of. Like, you are going to get some stuff. You are. So they'll be. Look at this right here. So there'll be something. There's a little something there too, but I don't know that that's anything. Um. So just this heading up this way, if it doesn't rain out and it just gains strength, which it sort of looks like it's doing because of all this back here. Wow, that has the potential of yeah, I mean like that could very well just run right into Canada or hook back into Boston again, which is I think very likely. I think it's very likely that that hooks back into Boston. I mean, it could hit Canada, but I think it's very likely it hooks back into Boston. Let's start seeing what that's doing there. Wow. So there's that storm system we talked about in Tennessee heading into Murfreesboro, going through Nashville. Whoa. Morgan City's already getting hit with storms. Look at that. That's probably that very well might even be like tropical storm strength at this point just because it's part of this rotation. It very well could be. I wonder what the winds are like there. It could be. It may not. It may not. It may still just be a little bit, of a thunderstorm sort of storm front system normally, and it hasn't really picked up yet. But by the time it goes through this and gains that rotation, oh, then it will be. Like some of this, I wonder how much wind is there now. Now that this is coming back around, you know what I mean? So it looks like Cuba's finally cleared up. That rained out finally. Let's check over here. We had some stuff going on in Albuquerque and over here in Flagstaff. So there's some stuff still heading towards Phoenix. Yeah. So this is all heading into Phoenix here. Let me just look. I think it's clearing up, but I do think even regardless of this clearing up, I think it's still gonna sort of dissipate while heading into the Phoenix area. Because there's a good bit, still a good bit here. But it's not moving very fast. So it's not gonna go very far. But I do think that with this still moving and it still has all this to it, that's still going to push some of this into the Phoenix area before dissipating. So I still think Phoenix is going to get some rain showers. Probably hear some thunder, but probably going to be pretty anticlimactic. So Fort Collins definitely, that's getting hit definitely. And oh wow. So there are some storms over here in Texas a little bit. Or I'm sorry, that's not Texas. That's Mexico, isn't it? My fault. I was looking at this over in Whereas earlier, and I was thinking this turned into that. So my fault. I was thinking that was that. My fault. So Whereas actually is clearing up. Because that's what I was looking for. I was there. I was like, where is this? Where is Whereas? But it's right here. So, all right, that's fine. That's clearing up. There doesn't really seem to be a whole lot going on in Texas, except for some of this stuff here in southern Texas. That's sort of kind of going into this, and I don't know how this is going to form and look, but I will say that I think that some of these storms that might be forming just outside the coast of Houston here might end up going into this and feeling that too. But either way, we really won't know a whole lot about this for the next day yet. Um, Probably sometime tomorrow we're gonna have a lot better um predictable outcome for where this is headed, and because right now we're just looking at it building. It's building, it's building, it's building over the next 6 hours or so. We're going to see what this is going to turn into. 6 to 8 hours, I think. We're going to see what this turns into. And again, New Orleans already has a tropical storm warning. So it's very possible this just turns again. It is Hurricane Bertha. That's what they're calling it. I don't know if it's been downgraded. I don't think it has. I think they're still calling it. Oh no, it's Tropical Storm Bertha. My fault. But you know, I mean, it's possible that we're gonna get a hurricane, a big hurricane out of this. So that's why I'm calling it that. And but NOAA right now, as of right now, is still calling this a tropical storm. So I want to report that accurately. It is still being officially called a tropical storm, not a hurricane. Um, when I got on stream, some people were calling it a hurricane. So I think that they're just calling it what it is now. I think that's all they're doing. Um, I still think that it is really picking up, and I think it has potential to turn into a much larger storm. So, um, we'll see. It says at some point in Tallahassee, they measured gusts of up to 57 miles per hour. So if you're measuring gusts in Tallahassee already, right here, um, and talking about that being up to 57 miles an hour, that those are significant wind gusts. That's knocking stuff down. 57 miles an hour, that'll knock stuff down. It's not necessarily damage to buildings. It'll knock stuff down though, and you'll have to secure things and stuff like that. That's significant if it's gusts and stuff. It'll blow stuff over. But it's not damage quite yet, and so that's pretty significant um warning of a tropical storm for sure. I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree with that. So that's why they're calling it and saying, yeah, at right now it's a tropical storm, but I still think it's going to be I look at this and I look at this strange fueling that's happening here where we just have this ridiculous rotation. But I mean, usually hurricanes are hurricanes because the point is they're moving, they're like moving along, and so that's why, like, again, it's not really moving and gaining a whole ton of strength. It's sort of just sitting here and changing directions and gaining some from these storms here. So yes, I can see why they're calling it that. I still just think that it has the potential to kind of sit here and linger and possibly change directions again. But I don't think it's going to do that. I think it's going to do what they said and be a tropical storm and just sort of kind of go right up into there, like we talked about. I am going to go ahead and stop the stream here, though. I don't think there's really any reason for us to continue talking about this. This is, you know, this is what it is. A lot of these storms over here in Washington are dissipating and sort of trickling down, and the severe system in Nashville, that's going over Nashville, and that might start to clear up probably in the next couple of hours or so. It looks like it's not really, um, you know, gaining like speed or anything like that. I don't think there's a huge thing behind it. I think it's just sort of raining out. So I think we're good. I think, and then, as far as PA is concerned, a lot of that sort of dissipated, and some of this down here in the south might hit a little bit, but I think it's staying south of Pittsburgh, and that thing happened that I said would happen where we only got a little bit of showers here, and it really separated, and Pittsburgh sort of kind of got nothing. So that's why we only called that to the percentage that we did, because you do have that chance of it happening. It was a smaller chance, it really was, but there's an example of it happening where it can happen, where these storms separated and they didn't do, and you can have that. So that's why they do that, and that's why you will get those percentages. Because you should never say 100%, unless you're staring at the tornado or something like that, So anyway, thanks for watching, and keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on your flood watches, and stay safe out there.